Hello there. I am Carol Crafty Grandma, and today we are going to do bench pillows for all seasons. This is from anniescatalog.com, and I've already done July, August, and September. This is going to be October. It is called Halloween Fun, and it does have a little quilting or piecing, and it does have some applique. For those of you that have been watching me, I've never used Heat and Bond before. I told you about this a few weeks back, actually I think when I did the September one, because I had never found, the stuff I'd been using always came in these packs and it was kind of expensive and it annoyed me. So I went out and looked and found out, well, yeah, there is something cheaper and by the yard. So got that. The pattern calls for a fat quarter each of gray Halloween prints. I wasn't finding anything I really liked, so I'm just going to go with a solid gray. It's the back of the hats, and it probably would look better if I had a print of some kind, but I'm going to just go with the gray and be happy with it. Then it says a fat quarter of black solid. I've got a little bit more than a fat quarter here. It's whatever, I had like 5 or 6 blacks in my stash, so it's just a solid black. Went with that. And then it says a quarter yard of white with black print. Didn't have any white with black print. And didn't realize that I didn't have any white with black print. I thought I had some. It seemed like a standard something that I would have, and unfortunately I didn't have that in my stash. I do have this striped, which has an orange and a black and a white stripe on it. So I'm going to try and use that and see how that looks. It's behind the pumpkins, and I'm slightly concerned that the orange is going to blend in. But what I'm using for the pumpkins is going to be a little bit different too, so I think we should be okay. We'll find out. Then that says, scraps of 9 assorted orange tonals and prints. That, from what I'm gathering, from what I'm seeing in the picture, is going to be for the pumpkins. So I have a bunch of charm packs here, or a charm pack here. And I was looking, trying to find out if, but the pumpkin is not part of the applique. It is, it's cut. So it's 1 4.5-inch square, 9 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, so it is the pumpkins. And these are 5 inches square. So I believe we should be fine. I think I can find enough in here that will be orange. If I can't, I have from Annie's Kit Clubs a charm pack from last month that has some light oranges in it that I could probably pull off. Or I have some more from different points in time. Now that's really a green and not an orange, but it's got a pumpkin on it, so we're going to figure it out. Got enough Halloween and or fall stuff that I think we should be able to pull it off. Then it says, oh, it wants green also, so there's green in here. The green is going to be for the stems of the pumpkins. And then it says, where's it at? Scraps of lime green and orange checks. Oh, that's for the, oh, I'm not certain what that's for. And then orange dot, lime green, and purple. There's a thing on each of the hats. One's purple, one's green, and one's kind of an orangish color. And again, I'm either going to go with one of these, or I have these, which are 8x8s. And I have the exact same fabric in a fat quarter for each of these prints. So I may just use one of these for the hat rims. We're going to play it by ear, like we kind of always do. You never know what we might end up with. I do also have this jelly roll, which I'm going to use in a couple of weeks, I believe, to make a quilt. It's kind of an up and down wavy kind of a quilt. So I won't need all of these to do that. So I may grab a couple out of here. I don't think I will. I think I'm just going to use these, but this is always an option because I have it here, and why not? All right. So in order for you to make this quilt along with me, you did have to have purchased the book. It's on anniescatalog.com. Just head out there and pick up, it's called Bench Pillows for All Seasons. And it has, that way you have all of our appliques that we're going to need at some point today. Now, I am happy, by the way, because we've discussed this in the past where with Annie's, I have found that they don't always reverse things. And even with this book, when I've gone to apply things onto the quilt for the applique, they're mirrored. And this time they did. They did mirror what they needed to. And I can show you what I mean. The E and the K, because we're going to put E-E-K, eek, on the pillow at one point, they are backwards. Do they look backwards to you? I can't. I'm seeing a screen, so I'm not certain. Hopefully you can see they are actually backwards this month. So we do have the mirror image that we need to get through. All right. Prepping. That should be all we need for prepping. I haven't gotten to the machine yet. I used the machine for, I needed a wine tote for my wine club, so I made a wine tote over the weekend. And it's set up with polyester thread and stuff like that. So we're going to have to change that all around when we get over there. But we're not to that point yet. Let us do this. Oh, I left my water in the other room. I have to get my water. Be right back. All right, there we go. So let's see here. Read all instructions before beginning this project. I did read all the directions before beginning this project. The problem is I read them like 3 weeks ago. So hopefully I won't have missed too much. So from the gray Halloween print, let's set you off to the side because we don't need you right now. Cut 2 7.5 by 12 inch rectangles and 2 1.5 by 2 inch rectangles. All right, so I'm going to cut something 7.5 inches wide. And I know I tore this at some point. I did. All right. Because I used this for the lining of something. I have lots of rulers sitting here. So I need a piece to be 7.5 inches wide, so I'm going to cut it to 8. Yeah, I purchased this to be the lining of a purse. So it's a little bit thicker than I normally use. For quilting anyway. And you're saying, well, why did you purchase something thicker if you're using it as a lining? I like my linings to last. So I prefer to get them a little bit thicker. Alright, and there's string on this side. And let's get you ironed up. Oops. Uh-oh. That's not going to do me any good. iron's not plugged in. Well, that's a problem. And you're saying, well, how did you not know that the iron wasn't plugged in? I don't turn the iron on at this location. I have a setup on my phone where I've got smart plugs, so all I have to do is push buttons and things turn on. And yeah, didn't work. I don't know how that got unplugged because I didn't unplug it, and no one else comes in this room. So I guess one of the cats figured out how to unplug a plug. That should be interesting. All right, so, well, that's heating up. From the black solid, cut 3 5 by 6.5 and 3 1.5 by 9.5. All right, so I'm going to go with the, doing the math, 5 inches should be fine. So this has a cut edge on it, so I'm going to have to give it 2 inches. So I'm going to tear it 7. Because you never know how much it's going to, this is very tight fabric, tightly woven fabric. There we go. So I might not have an issue where this isn't off size because it's very tightly woven. Usually that gives you a much better chance of having the fabric be on grain. And looking at it the way I've got it folded, it shouldn't be too bad. Am I going to need this again? I am not. All right. Let's get those out of the way for the iron. And there we go. Let's see here. So this is just plain water. I was doing some research and found that using plain water when doing the initial press actually loosens it up enough that you don't need to use the starch right away. And is better for the fabric because you're not using so much starch. I still will be using the starch as we piece. Don't worry about that. That will still be happening. But this way, apparently, and this is my first quilt I'm doing this with, so we'll find out. Apparently, when you're doing the initial ironing, this should get out the wrinkles and loosen up the fabric. The place that I was reading this on said that if you are a person who does pre-wash your fabric, that you should iron it right after it gets, don't dry it completely. It's the directions that don't dry it completely, and then iron it out while it's still somewhat damp. I don't pre-wash my fabric, so that's not something that I can use. But if you do pre-wash your fabric, feel free. Just remember that after you pre-wash it, then you will still have to, after you do this stage, you will have to use starch because you have to put that stiffness back into your fabric for when you're piecing. You need that strength and that the stiffness that comes from starch and or how it comes from the factory. Now this width is kind of nice because it can all sit right here on my ironing board, and I can match up the torn edges easily and get it all folded correctly. Okay. And I did fold it twice. Totally up to you. You can either fold it once or fold it twice. I like the twice folding. It makes it easier so that I can use my smaller ruler and I get, in my opinion, more accurate cuts. If you prefer to only iron it or fold it once, that's totally up to you. I just like the fact that it can be, I can use a smaller ruler. And I always like to try and use the smallest ruler possible because I find that it gives me more accurate cuts when I use a smaller ruler. All right, I'm going to set this over here and I will get to this in a minute. Let's get the gray cut first. All right, so I said I'm going to cut this 7.5 inches wide. So line up on the fold and as close to the, let's see, how's that? All right, there we go. So I'm lining up on the fold with my straight line, and then I'm getting as close as I can to the edge so I waste the least amount of fabric as possible. And there we go. Over. Actually, I'm going to leave it where it is, because my ruler is not, this ruler is not 7.5 inches wide. This ruler is only 4 inches wide. And I need to cut from this cut edge over 7.5 inches. To do that, I'm going to use the two ruler theory, or method. I'm going to line up this ruler at 7.5 inches. You can kind of see it's the 7's upside down, but so it's at 7.5 inches. I take the second ruler and I butt it up tight to the first. I move the first ruler out of the way, and I now have 7.5 inches wide. So from this, I need two pieces that are 12 inches long. So first I need to square up the salvage end, get rid of the salvage. So as close to the salvage as I can get, lining up here and up here, so that I'm sure I'm going to get a nice square cut. Do that. And now again, this ruler is not 12 inches long. Okay, that's just weird. A car carrier is driving out of my neighborhood. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. All right, I need 12 inches. So line it up. And now here I'm going to make sure that I also line up the top and the bottom. And I messed up. When I pulled it out, you'll see that I caught a little bit of it. So I'm going to have to be very careful with this piece when I sew it, because the frayed edge could cause an issue if I try and line it up incorrectly when I piece it. So this I will have to be careful of. That is A piece number 1. Actually, it's C. What the heck is it talking about? From each gray Halloween print. Oh, okay. 6 total. I only measured for 2. It's a good thing I caught that. All right, let's try this again. Here, hold on. Let me do this. There, that's better. Oh, nope, don't need that. There we go. That's cleaned up. Alrighty, so I need more than I had intended. Let's, oops, lost the fabric. Let's finish cutting as many as we can out of here first. There's 2. There's 3, so I'm going to need 3 more. So I'm probably going to need 1 more 7.5-inch strip. But before I do that, let's see if I can get the smaller pieces out. I need 6 2-inch by 1.5-inch rectangles. All right. So let's do this way. I'm cutting 2.5 inches wide. And now I need 6 of them that are 1.5 inches. Two. 3. 4. Oops. Nope, That's not big enough. And 6. All right. See, that's what happens when you don't use the exact things that they're telling you to make. Because I was not following directions well. All right, let's see here. All right, back to here. I need 3 more 7.5 inches wide. Okay, there we go. Let's do this all over again. Okay, water. Oh, here. There. Now you can see me better. Water. Oh, I have strings all over the place. Hold on. Let's get these strings out of here. Those are from the other side of the fabric. There we go. I got rid of the strings. Now let's get this flat and squared up. Okay, fold it over. Match up our torn edges so that we have it nice and square. Fold it a second time to make myself happy. Back over here. There we go. And cut. And 7.5 inches. I'm going to do this and push it out a little bit because it wants to fuss at me on the edge. All right. There we go. Is this by any chance 12 inches? It is not. All right. So let's unfold here. And I've got 2 layers of fabric sitting here now. Squaring up top and bottom, cutting off selvage. Go to 12 inches. Make sure everything's square, and boom, now I have 2, so I have 5 total, and I just need 1 more. So we're going to open up the fabric, measure into 12 inches, square. We're not totally square. Let's see here. There's that. I need to cut a little bit off that edge. All right, this is going in my scrap bucket because that's a decent sized piece of fabric and can be used for something later on. And let's see here. I have to square this up a little bit because it's just a little bit off. Little bit, just enough to annoy me. Okay, there we go. Now we have the right amount of gray. Let's see, then from the black we need 3 5-inch by 6.5 inch. Okay, let's iron this up, square it up. Let's do that first. There we go. I have the torn edge of the fabric facing me because this one has a non-torn edge. That way it's easier to look at and get to, so that when I match it up, it's on the side that I'm on. It just makes life easier. If you're trying to see over this way, it's more difficult. I'm going to flip this fabric just because I want to be able to show you something when we get back over to the cutting board. So normally I wouldn't do this, but I'm doing it now just because if I don't, you won't be able to see what I'm going to show you. I'll do it this way so I can get the cut edges line or torn edge lined up correctly. Okay. There we go. And do that. There we go. So here I have my torn edge all straight, right next to each other, the grain right on grain. Here's where it was cut off the bolt. So as you can see, at some points we've lost, oh gosh, that's almost 2 inches, I think. Yeah, it is almost 2 inches, not quite. At the top, 1 3/4 inches at the top, which the camera can't show you because it's not there. But anyway, so you do have the opportunity to lose a lot of fabric when it's cut and not torn. So that's why we always tear it, and we make sure that we square it up on the torn edge to ensure that the grain is straight and it'll sit right. Since this is a pillow cover, I don't know if it matters as much, but if it's hanging on a wall or somewhere that it could be flowing. One of the projects I have is I'm going to make a jacket with some jelly rolls, and if the jelly rolls are probably not going to be on grain, so it may hang a little weird. We'll have to find out. All right, so first of all I need 5 inches from this. Let me see, do I have 5 inches at the top? Oh gosh, yes, I cut enough, excellent. So let's square up this side first. I'm going to get rid of all this extra over here. Normally I square up on the torn edge first, but I'm just going to get rid of, since it's already sitting this way, I'm just going to get rid of all this extra stuff sitting off to the side. And then I am going to actually put this over by my sewing machine to be used for extra fabric later on. And now I need 5 inches? 5 inches. Can I do the 6.5? Not quite. All right, let's go with 5. Line it all up. Square up on the fold. And again, extra fabric to be used when we're sewing later on. Okay, I need 3 that are 5 inches wide, which is what we have here, and 6.5 inches long. Actually, since this ruler is wide enough, I'm just going to flip it around like this. Gotta get stuff out of my way, but this will should work. Not quite. There we go. So I'm lining up on the top, I'm lining up on the bottom. There's one. Two. And 3. And I need 3 1.5 inches wide by 9.5 inch rectangles. All right, so let's do from this side. Let's cut this off first. 1.5 plus 1.5 is 3, plus 1.5 is 4.5, so I can get it all out of one width. That will be convenient. All right. Cutting off the salvage. Nine and a half inches long. Okay. This is extra. Yes, it is. And let's go back to the smaller ruler because it just makes me happier. So it's 9.5 inches long, and I need them 1.5 inches wide. Making sure that I'm even and square on both sides. Okay, this is A. I haven't cut B yet. I don't know where B is. No, B is all the way down there. Okay. This is C. This is D. This is E. Yes, that's E. Alright. A little bit of fabric left. We're all good. Black Halloween print. Oh, border strips. I didn't think about the border. I forgot about the border. I'm either going to use the strips, or I'm going to use the striped stuff. I'm going to have to see how that stripe works. So I'm not going to cut the border right now. White with black print. This is the stuff that goes in there. Okay. And I decided I was going to use the striped fabric for that. Okay, and what do I need? What do I need? What do I need? 8 3.5 by 1.5. All right. I'm going to need to do some math here, figure out which way I want to go. Phone. There we go. calculator. Excellent. So 1.5 inches wide by 2. That's 2 plus 2. Then I need 8 3.5s plus 8 times 3.5, close parenthesis, plus 36 times 1.25. So that is 77 inches divided by 42. I need 2 strips that are going to be 1.5 inches wide. So that means I need 3 inches. There's the start of my fabric. There you are. You know, the more that I look at it, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use white. I'm just going to use white. I'm going to use this for the border later on. Let's find white. And, no, white, because there's a lot of white. I was looking at a cream that I have sitting here. I thought maybe I'd use the cream, but no. I'm just going to go, since there's white, pure white ghosts. If I had used a cream, this white would look weird. So I'm going to go with a standard bright white. It's not used so much that it's going to, I mean, if I happen to have, if I had had a white print, I would have gone with it, but I don't. So let's see here. Come on. There we go. I only need 3 inches. I'm actually going to tear it 4, even though the other side of this is torn. I'm going to tear a full extra inch off. Because it's fraying a lot. So I have a feeling it's going to be fraying a lot off, and I'm not going to get as much out of that strip as I usually do. Look at all these threads. Let's pull the threads off. So that we can line up the grain. Side A. Bunch of them here on side B. This is fraying a lot. I'm glad I cut off extra fabric. And what this means is it wasn't tightly woven. So the process used for this particular fabric was probably not the greatest. Alright, let's get this flattened out a bit. Whoa! Hey, there's a ruler here. I forgot that was there. Okay. And we fold it over. And because I tore or got so much, so many threads off of it, the top is really frayed. It's got a lot of fraying to it. So I'm lining up. I put the side that has less fraying towards me, because the idea is to match the threads that are going across with each other. And that's why you tear off the extra threads. That's why you do what you, so that way you can line up the grain of the fabric with itself. Alright. Back over here. Yeah, there we go. Get rid of the big ruler, because we don't need it at all for this. And white are considered G. E, is there an F yet? Nope, F is down there. Okay, so we're going to have to skip. Something I've seen done is, if you want to, you can make little letters, print out the letters A through whatever, and put them on the pieces so that you know which pieces are what. I just try and put them in order so that they kind of work for me. Doesn't always happen, but all right. Turn it around. And 1.5 inches wide. Now I'm going to set this aside, because I'm thinking I'm going to be needing that to just be 1 1/4, but I'm not certain yet. Okay, so 3.5. I need 8 of them. They're 3.5 inches. Squared up. I'm cutting off the folded piece and both salvages. And then I'm going to turn it. And go to 3.5. Making sure I've got it lined up on both sides of the fabric. And that's 4. And do it a second time. And that's 8. And this is H. E, F, G, H. Let's put that there. And I need 2 that are 1.5 by 2 inches wide. I'm going to open this up because I only need 2. And this is I, so this goes next to HI. Okay, now back to the G's. I need 36 1 1/4 by 1 1/4. So this is 1.5 inches. I'm going to trim it down to 1¼ inches. Get rid of that 1/4 inch. Two. 4. 6. 8. 10. So I need 26 more. First thing I need to do is cut this to 1¼ inches wide. Might need that later on to sew with. And cutting off the fold and the salvages. And I now have a stack of 4 layers of fabric here. 1¼ I need 26. I know the answer to this. I know I do. Calculator. 26 divided by 4. So I need 7 stacks. So there's 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. And 7. 6 times 4 is 24, and I only need 26. And plus the 10 I already had, I now have 36. Excellent. Orange tonal prints. Okay, here we go. I need 9 orange and 9 green. And I'm going to keep this ruler because I need to cut them to 4½ inch squares. And this is a 4½ inch square. So this is the size I'm going to be cutting them. Let's see if we can get 9 of green and 9 of orange. There's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I think that's black, not orange, but there's there's 4. Two, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Dang. All right, so I have 4 orange and 8 green. So that's not going to work because I need 9 of each. That's kind of enough to be orange to me. 5, 6, 7. Dang, dang, dang. All right, let's see. That's too black, I think. I mean, I guess I could use these. They do have quite a bit of orange in them, but not enough because they're gonna. This is gonna be a pumpkin. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, so I need 2 more. Ooh, I'm torn on this. I'm torn on this. So give me 9. It would give me 9. I'm going to go with it. Now, as far as you go, you are going to be... Oh, well, you know what? These only need to be 1.5 inch squares. I can use this. I can work with this. Actually, I probably will use these. I think I can get 9 out of that. Just the way it is. And that'll leave me this to use later on when I need to spell out the word eek. How many do I have exactly 9 here now? I think I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I have exactly 9. So that's going to have to stay as it is. But when I have to spell out eek later on, I think I can use some of these. And even the bats might look pretty cool in the word eek. All right, now I still need, nope, I got that. There we go. So let's see, F, A, B, C, D, E. Still don't have B cut. That's down there. Oh, that's the hat borders. Yes, it is. Okay. All right, so let's start here. And I need 9 1.5 inch squares. And since this has sort of the jagged edge to it, I'm just going to trim it off and square from there. And it's 1.5, right? Yep, 9 total, 1.5. There's 4. There's 8. And there's 1 out of this stack. It gives us a total of 9. Excellent. And this is J-H-I. I'm going to have to move stuff. J. Okay, so now from the orange, I need 9 4.5-inch squares. And if you are nervous at all about cutting multiple layers of fabric, you don't have to. Just cut them one at a time. It's a perfectly acceptable option. Trying to make sure that my straight side stays straight. If you have one of those lovely little tables that turns, this is the perfect spot to use it in. I don't happen to have one, but hey, if you do, go for it. Okay, now I have a perfectly square corner. Cut off all the little fluffy edges. And I'm going to line up my 4.5-inch ruler so that it's straight on one side, straight on this side. Last turn. All right, we have now turned our 5-inch charm pack squares into 4.5-inch squares, and they go right up there. A, I don't have B yet, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. Nope, my hair's falling out. Sorry about that. Happens all the time. Now to cut the B's. All right, B is for the band on the hats. So I need 1 in purple, 1 in lime green, and 1 in orange. And how big are they? They are 2 inches by 6.5 inches. And are these 8? Oops. These are 8. So I won't need the fat quarters that match it. I think we'll be good. And it calls for a purple one, a green one, and an orange one. Purple is fine. I'll use this for the orange. Oh, these were not cut well at all. Okay. And let's see. I think I want to use this for the eyes and the mouths on the pumpkin. So I'm going to keep this off to the side. Well, over here. So I guess I'm going to use this. Instead of using green, I'm going to use blue. And you'll notice as I'm putting these on, these do not match at all. So definitely going to need to be some trimming. But I need to do 3 of them. So let's do... These edges aren't even, nothing at all is even. So I'm just going to cut a straight line. I'm not squaring up anywhere. I'm cutting starting a baseline. And they need to be 2 inches wide. And now I'm lining up, I'm lining up on the cut edge that I just made, but not squaring up on the top or the bottom because neither of those are straight. So 2 inches wide. Actually, that's going to look cute. I didn't even do it on purpose. It's almost like I did a fussy cut, and I didn't. That'll look cool on one of the hats. So I'm going to start on that side because I want to cut off the least amount as possible on this side. Because I like that bat. He's going to look cool on the hat. Trim off as what I can. And now 6.5 inches. All right, and like I said, that's going to look really cool on one of the hats. I might even put it in the middle. Maybe not, because I probably... Yeah, and that didn't come out too bad. That's got a bat on it, and it's angled reasonably well. And then this just has a bunch of candy on it. So this will probably go in the middle, and the 2 darker ones on either side. Okay, that's piece B. And from what I can tell, I have all of the cuts done. Excellent. We're still going to have some more things to fussy cut later on. Or not fussy cut, just trim out later on. But for right now, yeah, because we're going to have a mouth, a circle mouth, an eye, a curved mouth, triangle nose, rectangle mouth and nose, and then the eek, the E-E-K. And again, we'll play with the fabrics we have to figure out what we're going to use for that. Okay, so cutting is done. Let's see, that's 1 hour and 15 minutes to do all the cutting. Not too bad. Let's set these aside for now, because you know as soon as I set them aside, I'm going to remember I need them, because it always happens. All right, there we go. Let's look at the book. Completing the witch hats. So that's where we're going to start. I don't know what I got on my table, but I got something all over my table. All right, let's get the camera out of the way. Let's get some water. I don't need the pencil right now. Yes, I should have put it in the pencil holder with all the other writing utensils, but no, I didn't think about that. Heaven forbid. All right. Sew a B rectangle to the bottom edge of each A rectangle. All right. A rectangles. B rectangles. Which direction they go that way. That's the way they fit. Okay. Let's see. Let's go over there. There we go. Okay. So I have black thread on my machine right now. The difference is this is black polyester thread. It is not cotton thread. Could I use it if I wanted to? Yes. If all you have is polyester thread, use it. Feel free. Be happy. Don't worry about it. Like I said, I was making a wine carrier, and that needs more strength to it, and that's why I was using polyester thread. For quilting and for piecing, not for quilting, for piecing, I use a 60 weight thread, which is a thinner thread. And you're going, why'd you take your 1/4 inch piecing foot off? Because I need to switch out my plate, and I find it to be just a little bit easier with the foot not sitting there. This is the plate I was using to sew standard. You'll see right here, it's got a big wide opening right there. This is a zigzag plate. This is what you use normally. This is a special plate that I have purchased. And instead of having a big wide zigzag, it has one little dot right there. Oops, right there. And so this plate can only sew straight lines. It does not allow you to do zigzags. If you need to do any zigzagging, which we will be doing when we do our applique later on, so we will switch back to the regular plate later on. But for right now, we're piecing things together. We're going to use a straight stitch plate. That way, if we have extra fabric, it doesn't get pushed down into the machine. There we go. And I was also using a universal 90 because I was doing some really big, I was doing some heavy-duty canvas fabric. So that needle, which barely went through this cotton fabric because it was used so much, is going in the garbage can. And I am switching to a 70, which is what I use to piece with. If all you've got is this universal 80, go for it. Doesn't matter. I have found that my 1/4 inches come out better if I use a thinner needle and a smaller thread size. So that's why I use the 60 weight cotton thread, and I use a universal 70 needle. Okay. Let's put you back over here. There's that. Pop my presser foot back on. Put my bobbin in. My thread. All right. And yes, we are going to chain this. We're not going to start and stop. We're just going to do one right after the other. So we only need one piece of starter fabric. And now let's drop our stitch length to 1.5. Everything else should stay the same. Turn off the fix. Oh, needle down. I like my machine to stop in the needle down position. And this is the hat. So this is on the top. So I want to make sure that fabric looks correct. And I am going to do it this way because there's a pumpkin over on this side. And he's facing that way, so just to make sure he faces upright on the hat. I'll go with that. And these are the same length, so match up and square up the side, top and bottom, and then the edge also, so that you get everything straight. Again, making sure that it's facing the way I want. That's how I want it to end up. Last one. This is the one with the really cool bat. I want to make sure that he's facing the correct direction. And we're lined up top and bottom. Very good. Okay. Let's see what the book says next. Oh, that one. Oh, well, that'll work. So a lot of people will tell you to not use the automatic cutter on your machine. I always am very careful and cautious to cut off that extra little bit of thread that you didn't see because my other picture-in-picture was sitting there. But cut that off. It'll cause bulk underneath your fabric later on, in your quilt later on, so you don't want to do that. And does it say? It does not say which way to press. So I am going to press towards the band, the colored band here. Sorry, wrong button. And now I am using Faultless Premium starch. A little bit. Don't go overboard. If you go overboard, just makes a mess and doesn't make things look prettier. It doesn't, well, just doesn't really do much of anything other than waste your money, because you've now wasted all that starch and you have to iron it all out. Now in my house, pure black doesn't last very long. We have a white cat that is very fluffy, and her white fur likes to get all over the place. If you haven't seen her hang around, well, she's sleeping downstairs right now, and she has been for like the past 3 hours, so my guess is she won't be up here today. But if you watch other episodes of this series, or different, no, I don't think she's done any of the bench pillows, but she's been shown up for other shows, other videos, so you might see her at some point in time. But so this black fabric, I'm sitting here picking things off of it because it's not black. It's not working because there's just so much of it. She's just so fluffy. Okay, there we go. We have our 3 hats. Like I said, here's the one with the bat. Nope, wrong way, this way. I think that's going to turn out looking really cool. Even though it called for green, we're using a blue. You know what? It's up to you how you want your quilt to work. It doesn't have to be exactly the way the pattern says it should be. All right, so let's see if I can get this angled the way I want it to. Because here we're going to do something. So now it wants me to shape this into a hat. And that means that it's going to come up to a point. So it tells me to find the midpoint. See, told you I was going to need my rulers. So this is 6.5 inches, which is just what it's supposed to be. That's why it says. It wants me to go to 3¼ inches and cut from this point down to each corner. In order to do that, I take my ruler right here, And I'm going to put it so that I have a little bit of fabric left up top. And I'm going to draw a line at 3 1/4. And that doesn't turn out very well because it's black, and even though this is red, it's still not coming out very well. But it's there. And what it wants me to do is, from the mark that I made, which again, you can't see, I can barely see it, and I'm sitting here looking at it, is line up on the corner and line up at the point at 3 1/4 inches and cut. And now I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, hoping that I'm not going to end up messing up too much. Oh, no, it won't. It's not going to do it all. That's good. All right. So point, corner. Where's the corner? There's the corner. There's my point. And now we have the hat shape. Let's do this one. Same thing. Okay, hat number 2. And last, but most certainly not least, is our candy hat. Okay, so now we have our 3 hats formed. What does it tell us to do next? Select 2 each matching C and E rectangles. Oh, okay, because these were supposed to be different fabrics, but they're not. All right, 1, 2, and 3. So E. These are my C's. Pin a biased edge of hat unit along the edge of one C rectangle. Okay, so this edge here that we just cut, these two, these are called bias edges. These were cut with the grain. These were cut at an angle to the grain. So these are called bias. These are going to stretch more than these. So you want to be very cautious when you use these. You want to not get it too messed up. And we're going to, where do I have clips? There we go. I have clips. You can either use clips or pins, whatever makes you happy. And I'm going to start with this bottom one. No, that's not it. It's the bottom over there. We won't worry about it then. So we take our rectangle, and I'm going to use the side. This one, you can see, it's got some folds in it. So I'm going to not use one with, I'm going to do this in the spot where there's the least amount of folds. And we're going to sew the hat to the rectangle. You do not want it at the bottom or the top. It says with the bottom of the hat 1.5 inches up from the bottom of C. Let's see. No, that's too big. See, here we go. Getting another ruler again. I've always found the easiest way to do it when it says something like that is to line this up. So this is 1.5 inches. I've got the ruler lined up 1.5 inches from the bottom. And then I'm going to take this and match it up so that it's all nice and placed exactly where they want you to place them. And let's see, can I get this underneath without messing it up too much? So I put the clip in. Do you want to use pins? Use pins. You want to use lots of clips? Use lots of clips. I have a feeling that the 1.5 inches isn't going to make that much of a difference later on. I think from the looks of it, we seem to have enough space that we're going to be able to do this. Let's put this over here. Put that next to the machine so it's ready to go. Get my chair out of the way. Okay, let's do this again. So again, I'm looking for the spot with the least amount of folds in it, just because it makes me happy. 1.5 inches on the ruler. And then carefully, without stretching the fabric or distorting it in any way, match up the hat. And I am trying to get one of my clips on the seam just because I like to, the seam is going to be going against the machine, and I like to be able to have that clipped, so I make sure I pay attention at that point. There's that. Thinking of that, what did I do with, I put it over here, didn't I? There you are. I'm going to need you. I'm not going to need that. Last hat. Least amount of fold is there. 1.5 inches from the bottom. All right, so we have all three ready to go. Let's go over to the machine and stitch them up. So we won't need any starter fabric because we're starting on the gray. Make sure you don't start right on the hat. You want to start a little bit before. That way you're getting your fabric started. I forgot. This machine is set to automatically knot at the beginning of the stitch, and I keep forgetting to go online and remember how to stop that. So you don't want the clips in there too long because it's going to bubble up your fabric. So you want to get it flat. And then I am using my, yeah, I can't remember what it's called now. But you don't have to have one of these, just get a chopstick. That'll work just as well. Make sure you hold down the seam so it doesn't flip over in the other direction. Again, now we're coming up to a clip. Doesn't matter whether you're using clips or pins, always get them out of there because, like I said, they do leave a little bit of a bubble and it'll cause your fabric to be uneven. Sorry, need a little chapstick there. Stiletto. This thing is called a stiletto. Sorry, shouldn't have stopped just for that, but when I remember things, I have to say it. Okay, there's number 2. And hat number 3. Okay. Let's see. Flip the hat unit open and press. Trim the top of C by continuing the angle of the hat as shown. All right. So the first thing I want to do is trim. These probably all going to get cut off eventually anyway, but it just makes me happier. I don't like having these pieces of thread sitting around. Okay. It does not say which way to press, so let's look. I got all those extra threads all over me. Okay. If I do it this way, I can continue, but when I sew the other side, it's going to be weird. keep in mind, we're going to sew another piece of gray on this side. So if I press it this way, then I'm going to have like 3 seams up here. If you look, there is, oops, you've got the gray layer of fabric, you've got the piece that's folded over, and then you've got the other piece. And then we'd have 2 more. So there'd be like 5 layers of fabric. So we're going to press towards the gray. That's how you have to look at this and figure out which way. If they don't tell you, you want to have the least amount of fabric at a seam as you can. So we're going to press the fabric towards the gray. That way there's not 5 layers of black fabric at the tip of that hat. That would just be ridiculous. And I think it would show on the finished product. You would be able to see that there's a spot where it sticks out. There. Still trying to figure out how that iron got unplugged. It's just weird. Still got stuff all over my black fabric. Oh, and the gray. I don't know. It's just making fuzzies everywhere. Just enough to drive me crazy. It's so weird to be looking at the clock at a different time. For those of you that may or may not have known this, I switched my start time from my time zone of 11 a.m. to my time zone of 1 p.m. because I had received some messages stating that it was too early and things like that, so I switched to a later time. And since I've only been doing this for 4 months, yeah, 4 months, I'm still playing with the format and adjusting things and stuff like that. So it's just weird because I look up at the clock to see if I've gone too far or whatever, and it's just a different time that I'm used to seeing. Okay. There we go. So now we have the gray on one side of the hat. And step number 5 says trim the top of C by continuing the angle of the hat as shown. So it wants me to cut. Nope. Where am I going? Too far. There we go. Ha ha. Here, let's do this. Let's see here. There. And actually, let's leave that there. Save. There we go. Move me out of the way. So what I need to do is cut this. There we go. So that the hat continues at that angle. There's my ruler. And I want to make sure I get all the way to the edge of the gray. And keep the line here even. And cut off the gray. Now you can see the hat has gray on one side, but not on the other. Oh, dang. The last one. All right, now I have to turn the page in the book. Get to step number 6. What does step number 6 tell me to do? Repeat steps 4 and 5 using the remainder C's. Now, if you had been using a fabric that had the 3 different fabrics, because I used all the same fabric. I didn't use the 3 gray prints. You would want to make sure you match up the gray prints here. I did not use matching, or I used all of mine as matching, so it was no big deal. But if you were using a specific, if you were using different fabrics, you want to make sure that you got this all lined up. All right, so now we do that, and the bottom, I need to go this way. So I'm still doing 1.5 inches from the bottom, matching up the bottom of my hat. I forgot my clips over by my machine. Clip. And now we're going to clip at the tip of the hat. Again, this is where we have a seam. So we want to make sure that we have, oh, you can't see that. We have a seam going folded up, so we want to make sure that the fabric goes in the right direction. Okay. Inches. Match up the tip of our hat. Well, and I apparently lied to y'all because big fluffy white kitty has just entered the room. I thought she was having a good day sleeping downstairs. Apparently I was wrong. She decided to come up and say hi to us. You gonna leave already? You gonna leave already? Okay, this one has a fold right down the middle, just to drive me crazy. Let's see, let's go with that. All right, 1.5 inches. And do you need to be this specific about the 1.5 inches? I don't know. It told me to do 1.5 inches, so I'm going with it. I assume it has something to do with some cutting we're going to do later. And I don't know if you've had this experience yet or not, but when you do things folded over like this, they end up needing extra space at certain points. But I don't know if how important the 1.5 inches is, but I'm using it and going with it. All right, let's go there and get these sewn up. Again, no need for starter fabric because we've got the gray that we're starting on. So that'll be fine. I am going to take this out right away because I do not want it to bubble and put extra fabric there. And because of the direction that we're sewing this time, we don't have to worry about this seam, the pressed area, flipping over, which is always good. Picked it up wrong. Dang it. There we go. Make sure it lays straight. There we go. And scissors, there they are. I hope we didn't need to go all the way to the top. Well, I guess we'll find out in a few minutes, won't we? Let's see. 8.5 inches from here. Where'd my ruler go? There's my ruler. All right, I did need to go further, so I need to add some sewing here at the top. I wasn't paying attention. The bottom is fine, the top is not. That's so bad. Let's go over here. I'm going to sew all the way to the top on all 3 of these. All right, so here's what I did. When I sewed it up originally, when I did my seam, I started here and went down over the hat. As I'm reading, as I'm looking, I realized that I'm going to need some of this up top because there's some area where the gray is by itself. So I went back and fixed the seam further up so that I have room to fold over and cut later on, because that's going to be our next step. So again, we pressed towards the gray fabric there, and we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to press towards the gray, and that way there's only, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of fabric at this tippy point. If we had pressed towards the hat, we would have all of these layers in there. So we're pressing towards the gray again. I don't know if I'm just being overly sensitive to threads today or what, but I seem to be having threads everywhere. and they're driving me crazy. Let's see, I want to see if you can see something. No, that's not what I wanted. Nope, not that one either. That one. There we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. So this machine is set up to default to seal the edge. If you have an older machine, what we used to do was sew forward 3, sew backward 3, and then sew our seam. This machine has a setting that automatically does that tacking so that it holds the thread in place. And I didn't turn it off and forgot about it because I've been forgetting about it. And you see, can you see that, just that little nub? Yep, you sure can see it, even on the screen. That's where the seal of the seam was at, because that's where I put in that's where I did the second, I started up the second way. That's why you don't want to use them on a seam, on piecing. If you have that, don't use it, because it will leave a bubble. It's going to have extra thread there. It's minimal. No one is going to notice it but you. And you may not even notice it. I notice it. It's going to drive me bonkers, I can guarantee you. But it is what it is, and I go with it. There we go. That's better. That's why I'm not supposed to wear white shirts when I record, because you can see my microphone cord. And I forgot. All right, this one does not have the knot in it. I remembered to turn it off. But let's see if it's still noticeable where the start and stop was, because I added the extra to the top. I can still see where it started. I did it. But it's not as noticeable because it doesn't have the knot in it. Oh, yeah, on the camera you can't see it at all, because it's right there. That's where I started the second time. And I am going to have the same knot problem on this one, I think. I think I'm going to have the same issue in my mind. Again, it's just me noticing it. Not everybody's going to. But as long as your seams are going to cross with another seam at some point in time, you don't need to do the tacking. The tacking is if it's a seam that's going to be all by itself or out in the open, then you need to tack. We will tack, like we tack when we do binding, just because that way well, first of all, it's going to be in the binding, so it's not as big of a deal. But you don't want it to come unraveled. But when you're piecing, you don't need to do the start and stop, the tack, the whatever, front and back, whatever you want to call it. You don't need to do that because you're not going to be, because the seams are all going to be crisscrossed with another seam at some point in time. And this one came out fine. So we're good. All right, let's see here. Gotta find a book. It's kind of difficult to do what the book says when you can't see the book. Step number 7, referring to figure 5, trim the step 6 unit to 12.5 inches wide and 8.5 inches tall, with the point of the hat centered and the bottom edge even with the bottom of B. Okay, let's go back to here. There we go. So this was our B piece. And the first thing it says is it wants the bottom to be even with B. So I take my ruler. Is my ruler long enough? It's barely long enough, but okay. And I line it up with B. So right along the edge there. You can't see. Let's see. I have an idea. I have an idea. Hey, the other kitty's just come walking in. She's immediately walking back out. So apparently she does not want to stay. Look at that. There we go. Talia, what you need? What you need, baby? All right. You go hide somewhere. That's fine. Go. We're just quilting here. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is make it even with B. There we go. So there's there. Then it says 8.5 inches tall. Using the center of the hat as the marking point. All right, so I'm going to line this up on the bottom. I'm going to line it up with the point of the hat. Make sure we're even on the bottom, we're right where the hat is. I'm going to measure up to 8.5 inches. Actually, I didn't need to measure to the point of the hat, but that works. Now, if you remember anything from school math, which you probably don't, because most people don't, you need 3 points to make a line. I have 1 point. That's not enough to make a line. So I'm going to go to the end of the hat, keeping everything even down at the bottom. And I'm going to go to 8.5 and put a mark. Then I'm going to go to this side of the hat again, keeping everything at the bottom even. Go to 8.5 and make a mark. Actually, I've got an even better way to do this. This is my big ruler. It's a 12.5 inch square ruler. We're going to do this like we would a regular block. I don't know why I didn't think of this. Obviously, my brain just wasn't functioning. And where are we at? There we are. 8.5 inches. Okay, so we do have a problem. It's not long enough. It was a thought. So let's go back and do it this way. Turn the ruler upside down. Measure out to 8.5 inches. Making sure everything is even. And then get the long ruler. Move the book up a little bit. Get the long ruler. And now we're using the 2 ruler method with a really wonky shaped product. All right, 8.5. Now we have no way to do tops and bottoms or anything like that. Everything is just really wonky. What I am going to do, though, I'm going to use the point of the hat now this time. And that way I know that I'm square there. Okay. So everything's there. And just an FYI, my red marks were just above where I cut, so I was right on line with the way I was doing it. Okay, so now it says to cut it how wide? 12.5 inches total. So here we go. This is 12.5 inches. The tip of the hat needs to be at 6 1/4. And of course, that's not going to work. Let's do this. Yep, 6 1/4. There's a quarter. And we're going to line it up. So in order to get it on a mark, these yellow lines have marks on them. Since it's a quarter mark. Oh, wait. Let's do this. Nope, still not going to work. All right, so I want to get 6 1/4. Well, I guess that did work. So I'm lining up my ruler so that 6 1/4 is at the tip of the hat. So that makes 12.5 inches wide with the hat's corner right in the middle. Let's see if I can show you that any better. All right, see here. So 6 1/4 on the ruler is right at the tip of the hat. And that way it has an even amount on either side. Now something I'm noticing is my ruler doesn't go all the way to the bottom. So I'm actually going to shift it to the next inch up so that I can make it square and even. And I'm lining it up top here because I can see this side. I can't see that side as well. I have to reach all the way over and lean and no. So I'm squaring it up on this side, making sure it's straight on the cut edge there, and then right there with the hat at the 6 1/4 inch mark. And now I'm going to do this side first. And I'm going to walk around my table, move things out of the way without rotating or turning or moving anything. So I make sure it all stays straight. Cut that side. And we now have a piece that is 8.5 inches tall by 12.5 inches wide, which is what they wanted us to end up with. Put that over there, out of the way. And now we're going to do this all over again. This one's too short. it up with the bottom of the hat. Measure out 8.5 inch. Oh no, that's why it needs to stay this way. Measure over 8.5 inches. Six and a quarter. Look at that. Another perfect hat. And this is our fun one with the bat in it. I'm shutting again. Come on. All right. Okay, let's put things away till we need them again. All right, so we have our 3 hats. Next thing it says is sew an E rectangle, these are E's, to the short end of the D rectangle to make the hat brim. So we're going to put E's on either side of there. We can do that in one sitting. see here. There, there, there. There we go. So, attach the gray pieces to the black. If you were using 3 different kinds of grays, like they tell you in the directions, you're going to want to make sure that you match up the same grays on either side, obviously. You don't want to have different grays. And that being said, you may want to. I think it would look silly because of the way it ends. But, yeah, if you're so inclined, do that. But do you want to do that? Let's look. How are these going to match up to here? Let's get those 2 out of the way. I only need one of you. Okay. So this is going to fold over. It's going to match up to the bottom of this. So it doesn't make any difference which way we press our seams. I'm going to press them to the black. As I assume that's the next. Sew the brim unit to the bottom of the hat. Yeah, that's what I thought. And there's such a small seam, it's hard to get the stabilizer starch to not spray a ton on you, or on it. I don't need to do that. All right, let's put that there. There we go. Oh, we're going to do some applique next. I'll have to remember to change out my stitch plate, or else you'll get to see what fun noises my machine makes when I forget to change out my stitch plate, which I've done. It's probably what happened to my diamond, which is why I'm using my mother's sapphire. It's because I did have an issue where I forgot to change out the stitch plate. And I went to go do a stitch, and it couldn't go down into the machine. So usually what happens when you do that is you mess up the timing, or I think it's called timing, and something like that. It gets messed up. I am not 100% happy with my stitching on this. It's like I stitched at an angle or something. Thought I heard a cat. I don't see one though, so we're good. Ooh. Okay, so we're going to go over the sewing machine and attach all of the brims to theirs. What are we going to do after that? After that, we're going to prepare the templates for the letters E and K. Ah, okay. I can go with that. All right. Put you down there. There we go. Okay. We have a hat and we have a brim. And they should fit from one edge to the other. Oh, they're a little wide. Okay. So mine ended up being a little bit longer. The brim ended up being a little bit longer than the hat setup, which means I used an incorrect seam allowance of some kind. Now, I'm shifting as I'm going in. That's not good. Keep the brim. When you've got a piece that's so skinny, it can shift as you're sewing, so you need to be careful and make sure you keep the two edges even. And we've got a seam pressed the opposite direction we're sewing. Get the second hat and the second brim, or rim, I don't know what it called it, rim, brim, one of the two. And this one looks like it's actually almost the right size. So let's make sure we get it straight. And the third hat. Cut off a corner there. I don't know how I did that. Doesn't tell me which way to press, does it? Nope, sure doesn't. And let's see. So this side has 2 seams, and that side has 2 seams. It really doesn't matter which way we go. Let's see. I'm wondering if you can see this. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this or not. Let's look. If you look at the fabric, you see the direction that the fabric is going? It's going that way. The threads are all at an angle. So when you get to the edge, the threads are not straight to the edge. This is also a biased edge. So you want to be careful anytime you've got fabric at a biased angle. So I am going to press, even though it's smaller, and usually I don't like to press to the little parts, I'm going to press to the brim. Just because of the fact that this top part has the bias on it, and I just don't want to take a chance that I'm going to push the bias around too much. I don't want to bully it because it'll possibly lay funny, stretch wrong, do something weird. So it turns out that one had a pumpkin on it that I was concerned about, that I made it so that I wanted the pumpkin face to be, or head to be upright. Turns out you can't see the pumpkin at all. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a little orange down in the corner of by the rim. So you can just barely see it. You can't tell it's a pumpkin. It just looks like something orange. I mean, don't get me wrong. Based on the fact, the theme of the whole quilt, you're going to go with, oh, it must be a pumpkin. But you can't see the face at all, so I didn't need to worry whether the face was upright or not. But it does have a piece of candy corn on it that you can see. So I'm glad that that's upright, because that you can't see. And I hadn't noticed that at all when I was looking at it and trying to decide which direction to make it sit. Now this piece has a nice black bat on it. And dang, I shouldn't have done that, huh? They attach right next to each other, don't they? They do. Alrighty, guys, guess what? We're flipping this one. This one's going to go towards the hat. And I always told you that you can change it, because this seam and the two seams are going to be next to each other. They need to butt up against each other. So we're going to return this to our pressing board and press it closed again, just like we did a minute ago. Press it closed. And now roll up the hat side and press to the hat. Finger press first. And it's going to fuss at you because it says, no, you just pressed me the other way and you put starch on me and I want to go. No, just okay. So press it up and then restarch. Now that being said, I've already decided that I want this one in the middle. If you are still trying to decide, I would put them up and look at them before you, and just press the one in the middle towards the hat. Press the two on the sides to the brim. And we have 3 witches' hats. Haven't totally decided if I'm going to keep this one on this side and that one on that side, but I do know that one's going to stay in the middle because it's the orange and the other 2 are darker, and I want that symmetry. Just me. Makes me happy. But so now it wants me to do the EEK. 1 in orange, 1 in green, and 1 in purple. I obviously, as we know, don't necessarily have the correct fabric, but let's see how big these letters are. They're not that big, so I can use, oh, I don't have you on the correct camera, sorry. Here we go. There you are. Okay. The E and the K are right here. We're going to need 2 E's, 1 K. And if we look at a square, they fit. Excellent. So I can use this, something in this, as the eek portion. So the first thing I need is my, there it is, fusible bond. I'm like, I know it was right here. Where did I move it to? And it's going to go over the center hat, which now you couldn't see me do that because I've got you zoomed in. But all right, never having used this brand, let me see. Let me see. Oh, this is not. Is this double-sided? Lightweight fabrics. No steam required. Iron on. Okay, let's see the directions. Okay. This just doesn't have 2 sides of paper. It only has 1 side of paper. So I'm a little confused. But we'll see. All right. Where'd my pencil go? There's my pencil. Okay, 2 E's and a K. Excellent. Scissors. All right. Roll that up. Let's see how this works. need that for later on, but I'll set it off to the side right now. There we go. Okay, I'm going to fold you back up and set you off to the side to be used later. All right, so all of the green with the dots on it, we've used that for that. So we're going to set that off to the side. I like that. That's not a bad one. I can use that. And I don't like that one because the print's too big for little letters. So we're going to skip that. I like this. And then we have some of the same in white. And we have the dots. And we have little dots. And then we have that in white. All right, let's see here. They do orange, green, purple. What if I do... No, I don't like that. I like that better. All right, so I'm going to do an E. It doesn't go on that side, but yeah, you get where I'm going. Let's see. So an E in the white, an E in the orange, and it's two darker colors next to each other. What if we do... Nope, not that. Go with this. Nope, not that. All right. Well, we're going to have to see how this works after I... Let's see. The bats are flying that way, so that needs to go on it here. Where are you at? There you are. All right, so I want the bats to be flying upright. And let's see how this works. So I should just be able to put it on and iron. Yeah, that worked. Okay. I'm going to make sure I go that way. Now we have two E's, and that way. Yes, spiders are hanging down. Nope, I didn't do the E upside down. I mean, I've got more of the same fabric, another charm square of the same fabric, and I can always remake the E. This Heat and Bond was a heck of a lot cheaper than the Steam-A-Seam 2. And it came in a big long roll. So I don't know if you, I did a thing called Celebrate America, and I had to cut individual slivers of this wave that I did. And it was terribly annoying. And if I had known that there was a by the yard option, that would have been so much better. All right, let's get this out of the way. Come on. One little thread. It's hanging by one little thread. Alright, K is done. E. What time? Okay. Come on. Another one where we got one little thread. Okay. To cut out the inside of the E, I'm going to use a smaller pair of scissors. So I always try and cut with the line to my left, which means that I need to be just outside of, I cut just outside of the thing. All right, 1E. Alright, last little bit and we'll have them all cut out. let's see here. There we go. We have EEK. According to the picture in the book, one E goes on the hat, basically on the hat. Then this one goes slightly underneath. And then the K kind of comes out where the E is. So they kind of overlap a little bit. So it turns out okay, because the white contrasts with the black of the hat nicely. This has got some bats in it, and we've got the big bat down here, so that works. And then we've got our spiders that, surprisingly enough, came out reasonably well with the hat, or with the K. So I'm going to move this over here. And I'm going to do that. There we go. Okay. So let's see. The K gets pressed on first. Well, and they're not attached until I use heat, so I guess I can just take the paper off and rearrange as I please until I'm happy. And then press them all at the same time. Now, it's not at all sticky. The Steam-A-Seam 2 that I've been using, it's sticky at this point. And that always drove me a little nuts because I'd get sticky stuff all over my fingers. Yeah, I want this. So far, I am happier with the heat and bond. But I have not yet completed the entire task of doing an applique, so I can't guarantee you on that yet. Okay. I have all the wrap backing paper off. I have them arranged how I want them on the fabric. And now let's see. Does it press? Let's leave it there for a minute. Okay, my oven just made a noise, which is cool because I'm trying something new. It had a feature on it where it will start at a preset time or after a certain number of hours. And then it will, I assume, preheat to a certain temperature. I don't know how, because it shouldn't have started for another 13 minutes. So maybe it's preheating, I don't know. But it just made noise. Because with me doing this at a different time, well, and the meal I'm preparing takes an hour and a half to cook tonight. Chicken and rice in the oven, so it takes a long time to cook in the oven. So the oven just made noise, which that's good. That means it's doing something. Okay, there are threads everywhere. Okay, I have to say I love this stuff. This is amazing. there we go. So we've got our eek. But what we need to do now is we need to do the blanket stitch. I don't know. I know the Steam-A-Seam says you don't have to, but you do, because it doesn't stick otherwise. This actually seems to have stuck very well. What I'm going to be interested to see, the last thing I need to verify is whether it has sticky stuff that pops up on the needle or not. I think I heard thunder. All right, let's go to the machine. And here is our eek. Like I said, I think the colors came out, and even though that fabric and that fabric are the same, I'm okay with it. It's not too matchy-matchy. Change out stitch plate. Now with my Brother machine, I can do the same thing. You can get replacement stitch plates, but it takes a screwdriver. I mean, this technically takes a screwdriver, but you don't have to unscrew anything. You just need to use it to pop it open. I am going to use the black cotton thread to do my blanket stitches. And you can use a matching color, a contrasting color, because like around the white it's going to be contrasting, but it's going to match the spider, so it kind of works. If you want to use orange all the way around, you can do that. Or you can use a transparent thread. If you do that, I would encourage you not to use the transparent thread on the bobbin. I would use a standard thread on the bobbin. But I have successfully used invisible thread on both the top and the bobbin before. I have done that. Supposedly it's not possible. Well, it is. It was challenging, but it was possible. Come on. There we go. I'm not going to change my needle. I'm going to leave it the Universal 70. That I'm just going to be happy with that. But I do want, where is the foot I want? That's not it. There it is. This is an applique foot, or I don't know what else to call it. I know it has another name, but it's really wide. It's got a very large open area, so it makes it easier to be able to see where you're stitching when you're doing applique. All right, this machine, my blanket stitch is, I'm going to use 19. No, that's not what I wanted. Go over here. No, that's not what I wanted either. All right, do this. And it's that one. No. That's what I wanted. Now my machine is telling me to use interfacing. I'm not going to use interfacing because I've used the bond and that works in a similar fashion. I'm going to take off my fix, even though we're starting somewhere and ending somewhere. Even though this isn't in a seam anywhere, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to go forward one. Come in. There we go. I am always upset with myself after I do a blanket stitch. I just don't like the way I get impatient, I guess. And I end up going off the seam at some point in time and I don't stay. Because what you're supposed to do is stay, the one I'm using goes forward two, to the left, back, forward two, to the left, back. And I always end up going off somewhere because I get impatient. Okay, that takes care of that E. I have any more water left? I don't think I do. No, it's empty. Okay, let's see. Let's do this little bit of the E here. No, that's wrong. I was on the wrong side. I was going to go the wrong way. Let's see. So let's do that. There we go. Really tiny part. And let's go up here and start on this part of the E. Okay, that takes care of the two E's. Now, let me show you something, and let's see if you can see it in there or not. Okay. See the puckering? See how the fabric's puckering around the E? That's why the machine says to use interfacing, because this fabric is very light. And honestly, I probably should have thought about that because it's also on the bias, which, well, that really doesn't matter. It's just, it's a light fabric, and if I had used interfacing, that wouldn't have happened. Silly me. I wasn't thinking. That'll teach me to think better. Okay, let's do the K, and then we'll do the insides of the E's. Too far. Okay. Now I'm going to trim up the back so I don't get threads, little threads caught everywhere. I did anyway. Look at that. Got a little bit here and there. Alright. Now to do the inside of the E's, which are deceptively easy. Well, you would think they'd be easy, but they're so tiny they can be challenging. Okay, go over and in. Now we gotta flip you around all the way. Now go forward one. If you don't turn the corners as you're going, stitch by stitch, you'll end up stitching on the fabric instead of next to the fabric like you're supposed to be. Next one and we'll be done. No, I forgot to turn off the fix. Okay. Dang, too far. Come on. let's see here. And we go over here. And we go to there. There we go. Threads to clip. And here we go. We've got our center hat and it says Eek. I have to say that the needle does not have any guck on it, which with the Steam-A-Seam it would have at this point. The puckering on the fabric, that's my fault, and it's very minimal. There's a little on the K. Most of it is right around here on this side of the E. And again, that was just because I did not do stabilizer. Even though the machine told me to, I didn't listen. And when I don't listen to my technology, these are the things that happen. All right, let's see here. Arrange the letters across one of the witch hat blocks as shown, fuse in place, and machine blanket stitch around the edge of each letter using matching thread. Done. Completing the pumpkin units. So, our 9 orange squares and our 36 little white squares. Pin a G square to each corner of an F square and stitch on the drawn line as shown. Oh, sorry. First it says draw line. It wants me to take all 36 of these 1 1/4 inch squares and draw a line on them. I'm not going to do that. I am instead going to eyeball it. And I did see something on the internet where there are machines that have, well, you can buy a laser that you can put on your machine, and then it shows a straight line, and you just stitch on that, so you don't have to be doing all this drawing stuff. Or some of the new machines come that way. Sounds pretty cool. I don't know if I'd use it, but they sound pretty cool. All right, I am just going to get to sewing. Don't see any real reason to draw the lines. I'm just gonna wing it and sew these. So here we go. I do need to switch out my thread though, because I'm not going to use the black thread with that white fabric. That's just not going to work. I am probably going to have to fix this bobbin before I'm done. Okay. Let's put back on our 1/4 inch piecing foot, which we don't really need a 1/4 inch because we're not necessarily we're doing straight lines. And go back to a straight seam, drop it down to 1.5. And so the whites, since I don't have a right side and a wrong side, that's going to make my life easier. And I'm not going to mess with the feeder fabric or anything like that. I'm just, oh, that was wrong. I have to remember to turn that off each time. That's going to be a pain in the butt. All right, cut the thread. turn off the fix. So the trimming of these is going to be more annoying than anything else. Trimming and pressing. go. We're almost there. 3 more to go. Oh, come on. All right, let's see here. So, no, down. There we go. See how this is all bubbled up here? It's like it got folded over amongst up top itself, and come on, focus. Can you focus? Yeah, almost. This is what happens when it gets shoved down into the area of the machine. Because I didn't switch back to the straight stitch plate, and it started to get shoved down in there because we're starting right at the edge of the fabric and everything else, and it just decided. So I need to start a little further in. I have to remember that. But considering I got through 6 of them before I messed one up or had the problem, I'm okay with that. Usually it's worse, which is why I usually switch to the straight stitch plate. Also, it looks like I'm probably going to run out of bobbin thread right around the middle of this one. Did a little bit on this one, not too bad. Now let's see if we can get through this whole block and not have to change our bobbin thread. I don't think we're going to, but we can try. I don't need to put 2 squares on that corner. Oh my gosh, we made it. Because even if it yells at me, I can still push on through. Alright, there we go. 9 pumpkins. Come on. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so now we have all these squares with these 4 things in the corners. And let's see here. There you are. This one is a 4-inch square. It's not a 4.5, it's just a 4. And I'm going to do all sorts of things at one time. So trim off all of the tails from where we used our automatic cutter. And then we take this and we put it on at 1/4 inch on the line. And that's why I'm using this ruler, because it has a black line that goes all the way down at the 1/4 inch. So it makes life easier. If you would prefer, you are more than welcome to just cut this off at wherever you think 1/4 inch is. I find that I do the seam too small, and then it's difficult to press if I do that. All right, the thread, even though the thread is an off-white and the fabric is a bright white, it's still hard to see the difference. Set that over there. All right. All right, I did the first one. So you see how that's going to look, and then we're going to press towards the pumpkin fabric. But we are going to do all of that next time in part 2, because we are at our time limit, my self-imposed time limit, not anything anybody says, it's just me. But we are going to stop for today, and then we've still got some pieces here to use. Part 2, we're going to turn these into pumpkin faces. So we'll be using some more of the Heat and Bond that I have recently fallen in love with to make some eyes and mouths and noses and things like that to make these into pumpkins. Then the pumpkins will all get joined together. The hats will get joined together. We will put a border on, which I am going to use. Oh, then there's still stems to put on top of the pumpkins. So we still got that to do. Cut out the border, put on the border, and then quilt everything. We should be able to get through it. We'll have to see how much time it takes for me with the applique, because that's my biggest challenge, is getting applique done. But all right, thank you all for visiting. Don't forget to thumbs up and subscribe, follow, get reminders, whatever is appropriate for the version of streaming that you are using. And we will see you all in part 2, where we will continue to do these lovely things. I will not be working on that while we are away. We will start right off with those right away with part 2. So see y'all next time.